In this No-BS React full course, we are going to cover the following topics: components, we have props and state, conditional rendering, we'll check on list and keys, and we are going also to look at React hooks, for instance, useState, useEffect, their use cases, and how they are applicable in web development. Then use context. We'll also check useCallback and useReducer. And we also look at routing, forms, and API calls. For useReducer, we'll also use it to see how they work together with use context for state management across our application. So according to Statista.com, from the survey that they did among developers in 2024, 39.5 of corresponding developers indicated they are using React, making React one of the most popular web frameworks at that time and even now. Then checking at the salary of a React developer takes home 94K to 155K per year, and the median salary is 120,000. So that is courtesy of Glassdoor.com. So this is the most profitable decision you have made to become a React developer. So first we are going to tackle the different topics in React. Then we'll finalize by doing the Capstone project, whereby we'll be putting into action the knowledge that we have acquired to use. So let's get into it. So in this part of Capstone project, we are going to create this wonderful e-commerce platform and deploy it over the web. We'll also have this lazy loading and suspense. That's how we'll see how this load more button works, such that initially only 8 products are being displayed, but when you click the load more button, you will have 4 more products added. Yeah, so it will be adding them until there will be no more products to show. Then we'll also have this model, whereby you can see the product in details, the description, and you can also add to cart the product. Then you can view our cart to see what products you have added. Then you can increase the quantities. From that, we learn how to use React Context API to manage upward state. So that's how we'll be managing our state across the application. We are also going to learn about these skeletons that improve the visual appearance of our products as they are being loaded for the first time. We are also going to learn about deployment of our app so that it can be live for access from any location. To begin with, I'm going to create a folder for our React series tutorial. So I'll just name it React series. Yes, so after this I'm going to open Visual Studio Code, where we'll be doing our development. So having opened it, I'm going to navigate to our folder, open folder. Then I'm going to desktop. So with this opened, I'm going to press Ctrl backtick to open the terminal so that we can start by creating our React application. Before you can start development in React, you need to have the latest version of Node. So I'll check my version. Mine is version 20.15. So you can just go over to Node website and install the latest version. So there is instructions to download and install the latest version of Node. So other resources that you can use to learn React is the official website react.dev/learn, where you will have a step through guide on what to know and what to learn with React. So let's start our development. So for our case, we are going to use Vite. It's a quick way of creating a React application, and it's the standard right now. So we'll just use Vite to create the app. So I'll just paste. I'm then going to run npm install to install the dependencies. So this one will also take some few minutes, then we can proceed. Type Y, press enter. So I'm going to explain the file structure of our project. First, we have the node modules folder. This folder, you will not be interacting with it directly, but it will be modified and managed by npm. Then we have the public. It contains static files that are not being processed by Webpack. Then we have the source folder. Source folder contains the part where you will be writing your components, the logic and the styling. Most of the time you will be using the source folder to manipulate your source code and create your application. So before I can explain the files within the source code, let's skip to index.html. So this one is the main HTML that will be displayed when you visit your React app in the browser, and it also contains the div element, the element with the ID root where the React app is being injected. So with that, I'm going back to the source. Then we have the main.jsx. This is the entry point of our React application. It's where the app component, the root component, will be rendered into the DOM. So for the app component, this is the root component that is first rendered in our main.jsx. So we also have app.css. This is the styling file for the app.jsx. And so we have Litigno. It's essentially tells it contains the files and the directories, which will be ignored when pushing the code to our repository in GitHub. So with that, we also have package.json, which essentially contains the scripts, the dependency, the libraries that we will be using in our project, and package lock.json. It's automatically generated when you run npm install, and it ensures that our users have the same version when they run installation for the dependencies. So with that, we also have readme. This can contain the instruction that you want to give other people who are using the project, like how to set up, how to configure different components. So yeah, now let's move to our development. So this one is the main the root application. So this one is the root component that will be displayed. I'm going to run npm run dev to see our application in browser. Control click. It should open in our browser. So this is the default React application. When you click the button, it should increase the count. So this one is the rendering of the app component when you first launch it without making changes. We can minimize this. So when I make any change and save, I should be able to see that. So that is it. Create our first component. I'm going to just delete the code in this page. Yeah, so I'm going to start by writing a function. So in React, most we will be using functions, basically JSX that incorporate HTML. So in this case, we'll have app, then curly braces. Inside we should have return because this is a function. And then inside this return, we are going to have the normal HTML. So in this case, for instance, we'll have a div. Let's say hello world. I will save and see the results. Control save. So in this case, we are getting an error because we must export this one. So I will write export default, and then the name of our function. In this case, this is app. Then save. So you can see it over here. So let me change. Let me add more HTML elements. So in this case, we must put a bracket to add more elements. So for instance, if I want to have h1 element, h1, then write this one as title. We are having an error. So what does the error say? JSX expression must have one parent element. So in React, we cannot write the normal HTML this way. We must have one parent element. So in this case, we can wrap it with another div or a fragment. A fragment in this case is an element without a name assigned to it. So that is a fragment. We'll then move our code, HTML part inside, so that it can be a child of this fragment. So in this case, it will now work. Control save, and you can see the change over here. So with that, I'm going to further explain how we can write functions. This is just one method. Another method is just to write const, then assign app. In this case, the app will be function. Then Another way to write it, we can use arrow function. They are what we call arrow function use JavaScript syntax. In that case, we'll have this keyword function dropped, and then we'll have that. So this one also still works. If I control save, it should have the same. So I'm going to create more elements. In this case, I will create another folder in source, new folder, components. I'm going to demonstrate how we can export and reuse components. To avoid saving every now and then, I'm going to go to File, then click Autosave. This one will be saving automatically. So with that, I'm going to create a new file. This call it stack.jsx. And from this, I'm going to demonstrate how we can use named and default component and what's the difference in their importation. So in this case, I'll just press FC to get the boilerplate. In order to use this boilerplate, you can just go to extension, then this search for React snippet version 4.43. Yeah, so this one will assist with that. So continuing, I'm going to give h1, name it with. Yeah, so in this case, this one is a default component, and it can only occur once in a file. So to have other functions or components in this particular file, we use what is called named function. So in this case, we'll have export, then const. This one will be substack. Then it should be equal to an arrow function. Then this arrow function will have a return. In this return, we are going to have image. In this case, we are going to use Vite, the default Vite image. So just like HTML, we have source. So Vite.svg. Then we close it. So when you have your image in the public folder, you don't have to specify the directory. So in this case, we'll just use it direct. So in this case, I'm going to write some information down below. Let me have h3. With stacks. So I need to have a fragment just like before and have all this code. So this named function can be used in this particular default function, and also you can use it in app.jsx. So I'm going just to demonstrate its usage. So in this case, I'm going to have it here and select Substack. Then to demonstrate how it can be used in our app.jsx, so I'm going to remove this, then have stack. So I need to import it. So import stack, and then sort complete. In this case, it should work. So that is how we import a default function. Sorry. So in this case, we have imported the stack. This is a default function. So for named one, we have to put a curly brace. So import Substack. Yeah, so for named function, we have to put curly braces before we can use them in our parent component. So Substack. And with that, I've demonstrated how we can create and use default and also the named function. So default only appear once in a file, but if you want to use or create many functions in a particular file, you can use name function, and their exportation and importation varies. This one have the keyword default, this one only have export. So that is their use case. This one can be the named one can be used severally in a file, but default can only be used once. So that is their flexibility and their use case. There are two instances where you can use curly braces in JSX. That is one when you want to use JavaScript inside JSX, and also when you want to incorporate style. So I'm going to demonstrate this through this tutorial. So let me just delete everything over here and remain with the fragment. So for instance, let me just start with h1 and say Mary's Mary is 35 years old. So in this case, if you want to use a dynamic age and also dynamic number, so that you can change the name and the number on the fly, we can use constant. You can use variables that is in JavaScript and incorporate them in our HTML. So I'm going to close first the files so that we can see them clearly. So with this, let me just have a variable name equal to Mary. Mary should be a string. So in this case, we can now use the name instead of just hard coding the name Mary, not Mary, but name. So this one should also work the same as before. So even the age, we can have it as a variable, so that when this variable appear in multiple places, we only change it once at the declaration. So const age equal to 35. So we can replace this with the age, and that should work. So our variable can be strings, can be numbers, and that's how we can incorporate the different variables in our JSX. So next, I'm going to, let me just delete this one. So this is just one instance of using curly braces. So the next use case is going to be the style. So in this case, I'll use the image element to demonstrate this. So image, let me just remove the image. Then we are going to have source. So in this case, I've added some images, these two images. You can get free images at pixel.com. So I'm going to use this, Mary. .j. So in this case, we are getting an error. So we need to close this element. So that is okay now. And we should remove these variables. So to further style this image, I'm going to have alt. This should be Mary at beach. Then style. So in this case, we're going to use two curly braces, and we are going to set width to 100%. Then we are going also to set aspect ratio, and in this case, this one should be a string. Then aspect ratio should also be a string. Let's shoot one. Then object fit, set it to cover. Then border radius, going to set to 8 pixel. Yeah, so this is the effect. Then this is basically the demonstration I wanted to give. For styling, we use two curly braces to enable us style the given element. So in this case, I want to demonstrate that also the curly braces in JSX not only accept strings, numbers, but also objects and functions. So for instance, let's just have another h1 element. So holiday gallery. So with that, can also add another image. Just copy paste, copy. Instead of as fragment, I want to use a div so that I can style. So div in this case. So this div I'm going to also demonstrate styling. So style should have two curly braces, then max width. Let me put it at 1000 pixels. It is good we are seeing the errors on the fly. So that's it. Then we can have agent. Auto. Let me close. This should be that. So that the second image was called road trip. So I'm going just to rename this one to road trip. Yeah, so this is the gallery, and with that I've demonstrated the other use case of curly braces. Just for styling, you have managed to style these photos. So the next one I will demonstrate how to use uh, how how objects can be incorporated in our JSX. So I'm going to create an object called image. So const image, then curly braces, set the name to then the styling. So for styling, I'm going to take our styling. So with that, I can now use. So I can now use the image object in our JSX. So in this case, can have that one deleted, then have image that styling. That should work fine as before. So even the one below can have the object image dot styling. So you can see how dynamic this one has become. You can now only modify one place if you want to make changes. So that is more convenient and makes our code more modular. So with that, I'm going also to demonstrate how a function can be incorporated in our HTML. So in this case, we are going to have function, going to call it get today's, today's date, then const today, new date. Yes, so then we should have return and today dot today string, and I should close that. So with that, I can now use that function in our JSX. For instance, I can now set h3 for instance, and so we must put our curly braces in order so it shows the dates, our dates of today. So with that, we have demonstrated also function can be incorporated in JSX by using curly braces. Also style can be incorporated. We have also demonstrated how objects can still be used in our JSX. So that's a quite an improvement in React. So that is what we wanted to cover today. So we are going to learn about useState in today's tutorial. So I'm going to select everything, then using the normal RFC to generate boilerplate. So after creating the boilerplate, I'm going to create two buttons, addition and subtraction button, demonstrate our script. So we'll have that. I will have count, and I will have another button. This one will be subtraction button. So yeah. So if you want to use hooks, React hooks, they must be imported first. So I will just delete this. We don't need this one. Then import useState. So with that, I can now use it in our component. And it is a rule that when you are using hooks, they must be used at the top of the component. They cannot be inside if statement, loops, function. They must act alone and implemented at the top of the component. So in this case, I'm going to have a array and I'll limit count. That is the default. This one is the default state. Then this one will be updating our state set count. Then useState. Set the default as we put 5. Just use 0. Then in that case, in order to update the state, we must use function. So function handle increment, then functions should set count plus 1. Then in order to use In order to implement this, we need to have an event on click event at the bottom, and it should take handle increment as the function. Then here we need to have a dynamic count, set the count. So the increment is now working. I can then repeat this one for decrement. Handle decrement. Decrement. Then it should decrease it by 1. Should also have one click function. Can just be that one. Handle decrement. So with that you can test it. So both are working, but there is a scenario we want to avoid. For instance, if I want to update current value by 2, let's say I put set count twice, count plus 1, it's still only adding 1 at every click. So in this case, the set count are overriding each other, so that's why we can only see 1 update instead of 2, because we have tried to implement 2. So in this case, the best thing to do is to use previous state, update this previous state instead of doing it that way. So we'll have count, then this one should be a function, then we put plus 1. This one should now work fine. So let us try to have them updated twice. You can now see it is adding 2 values at every click. So that one should also be implemented for the decrement. So this is the correct implementation. So we can update different states. For this case, we were updating the numbers. We can also update string. We are now going to use useState to toggle in between dark theme and light theme. So in this case, I'm going to have const and an array is dark will be our variable, that is the default dark, and set is dark, should set this one useState, then default should have false. Then I'm going to create the function. So const, in this case I'm going to use an arrow function. So toggle theme will be our function. Then should in an arrow function and set dark period should do like change the opposite of the previous mode. In this case, I'm going to use exclamation, then previous mode. Yeah, so with that, I'm going to our styles for this theme, const instyle. Instyles can be equal to background color, set that one. I'll use the first one to check if it's dark. We set white, otherwise we set dark. So in this case, we are using ternary operators. These are a concise way of saying if-else statement in React and general JavaScript. So instead of if, we are using a question mark and a colon to give the alternative. So that, then for color, it will be opposite of this one. Color should be then we need to set the height. Can set it to ph. Then we need to set the height, viewport height. The same for width. So width. So in that, I can now use the function and the style in our application to toggle in between the themes. So you have, let me just put an h1 element. Center up. Then the style will be the theme style. Then going to have a button. Switch to, then I will make it dynamic. Is dark. Ternary operators, the alternative to if statements. So yes, put light, otherwise dark. So with that, I'm going to implement the onClick event. Then toggle theme as the function. So let's see if it is working. Yeah, So it's now working. You can improve the smoothness of the transition. Let me put on 0.3 seconds. Is in, out. Let's see if it's working. Yeah, it's now so. So that is it. To learn about React props. So the first thing I'll do, let me just delete this part of code. Then I'm going to our folders. I'm going to create a new component called profile.jsx. Then I will use rfc. So I will change a few things. I'm going to have h1 element, h1. Then let me say my name is Derek. Then let me have a p element, my favorite food, food is omelette. So with that, let me just go back to app. Here, let me create our default app. Yeah, so with that, let me import the profile component we have just created. So with this, if you want to make this name dynamic so that we can use the same component with different properties. For instance, we can change the name and also the type of food our user is setting as the favorite food. So in that case, we are going to go back to profile. And to do that, we are going to use props, React props. So first you must pass props as argument. Then I will have to declare the props font name equal. We are setting it to props dot name. Then we have const food. I will set it to props dot food. So with that, I can use now the variables in our component to make it dynamic. And this use of curly braces, I had demonstrated it on our earlier tutorials. You can check it out. So here I set it to name. Then for food, let me just close the file so that you can see it clearly. So for food, I'll also have curly braces and set food. So by default, we don't have the name and the food. We have not set the values for our variables. So in that case, we'll just have this empty as strings. So in our app, so that we can utilize the props that we have declared in our child, the name and the food, we need to pass them. So for instance, I'll make name, then set it to Derek. So you can see it now being reflected, and also the food, set it to omelette. So with that, we can use the same component multiple times, setting different values for our props. So let me just copy and have it two more times. And change the name. And also change this one. And set that one to pi. Yeah, so we can have different users with their different favorite food. So making that component reusable and dynamic. So the common practice is that we don't declare, we do this structuring whereby we drop these props and use the name and the food variables directly. So in that case, to destructure this, I'm going to delete this one and then have the names pass as argument, also the food directly. So this one will also work. So for it to work, we will add the braces over here. Yeah, now destructed. So instead of props, we have just passed the arguments directly, the food and the name. So you can now see how props can be useful in making our components reusable. So let me remove just part of the components. And so we can even have object to give us the value. So let's say for instance const user, set it to name, have a string Derek, then we can have the food, in this case let us set it to omelette. So to use this we can just have a user dot name, and for the food we can also do the same thing, user dot food, and it should work. Yeah, so I want now to demonstrate prop drilling. This occurs when you have a number of components and you have to pass props down the inner nested components. So in that case, let me create other components to demonstrate this. So to demonstrate prop drilling, I have created two more components, the home and the user component. So our parent component will be app.jsx, but we want to pass down the data the props down to profile.jsx. In this case, the app.jsx is the parent component. Then we have home, which is the child component. Then the user, grandchild component. Then the profile.jsx is the great grandchild. So in that case, they will be flowing from app to home to JSX to home to user, then to profile. So I'm going just to close the files. So in this case, we have this object with the properties name and food, and we are passing the values to the name, the prop name, and food. So to get to profile, we have two components in between the home and user. So in this case, at each and every point we have to pass the props and then the values of the props. So in this case, we'll pass for the user the same thing, name, food, and also pass the values. Then finally, in profile, we will use the values of name and of food. So this is what we call prop drilling. To avoid this, I'm going to use context, a hook in React that enable us to solve prop drilling. So in that case, I'm going to open the files, then create a new folder in our source, call it context. Then in this folder, I'm going to create user context. So file, user context.jsx. So with that created, I'm going to import. Let me close the folder. Import create context. Then I'm going to use it. Export const user context. Then set it to create context. So with that created, I can now use it in our home. Import user context from use context. Then with that imported, I'm going to use it in our app. So I will wrap the component with the use context provider dot provider. So I'll move everything inside our provider. Then I will remove this. Then set value to user. This is the user above. So with that provider, we can now move to profile.jsx, our folder where we are utilizing the props, and then import use context, and also import use context from React. With that, we don't have to. We can now create our user const user use context. Then in here we should place our user context. So in that case, we can now use the user in our component user.name and user.food. So you can see it's working just fine. And in our preceding components, you can now remove them. We don't need now to pass prop in each and every component that is leading to the child component that uses the prop. So also in home, I'm going to remove our props. So with that, we have demonstrated how we can counter prop drilling. Just straight from our app, we have used context provider we created the context that we created at the user context file. Then we have provided the value, which in this case is our object. Then the provider will provide the value to all the children components. So in that case, our profile is now using it directly without having to pass props in between these components. So that is it. So in this tutorial, we are going to learn about conditional rendering and also rendering of lists. So in that case, I'm going to delete everything here and form a new component. Yes, so going back to the folders, I'm going to create a new component called task list that is going to hold our tasks. So in this case, I'll name it task list.jsx. So with that created, let me just close our files. So RFC, I want to render lists from this component. So in that case, we are going to pass lists, props of our list. So tasks will be the props. Then I want to check if tasks dot length is equal to 0, then it should return a p element indicating there are no tasks. So no tasks found. So with that, and in our main component part, we are going to have h3 element your tasks. So I'm going to render lists. When we have a list, we use an ordered list, or you can use ordered list. In our case, we are going to use an ordered list, so that then inside we are going to use map. When you are rendering list, you use map. So map, then task, then we will use the arrow function to return a list element, whereby this one will be our task.title. Then when rendering list, you must specify the key. So in this case, we'll have tax.id. Yeah, so going back to our app, we have created the list. Let's check first if the list is having tasks. If not, it returns no tasks found. Then if there are tasks, we render this unordered list. So going back to app, first we are going to create a variable const to check is logged in, and in this case we are using camel case naming method for convention. So we set to true. Then we'll have the lists of our tasks, which in this case are just in an object. So tasks, then ID, then title, finish React project. So my first task will be finish React project. Then I'm going to repeat this one 2 more times. Okay. Ready? So here we have then we have go to gene. Yeah, so with our tasks created, we're going to have our main app component. Let me set style. Padding. Let me set it at 20 pixels. Then I'm going to have h1 element. Name it dashboard. So from this point, I'm going to demonstrate conditional rendering. So for our conditional rendering, we must start with curly braces. Then we have is logged in. Then we use a question mark, that is like if logged in, what should we do? We should render a div. So in this case, we'll have div and our div will have a welcome message. Back. Derek. Then we can have this one as h2. So we are getting an error. So, yeah, so we can have our lists, tasks, our component, then task, set it to the declared list, tasks. Then we'll have else. In this case, we are using colon. Must close. Else. We want to return an h2 element. Same. Please log in to see list. Yeah, so our log is logged in is true in this case, so we can see our list. But let's say I set it to false. Please log in to see list. So in that case, if not logged in, we will not be able to see the list. But if you are logged in, we will be able to see the list. So that is conditional rendering that we wanted to demonstrate in this tutorial. Yeah. So in this tutorial, we are going to learn about click events. So in that case, I'm going to, as usual, I'm going to delete this code. Then I will create a new component. So with that, I'm going to have a button element over here. So button. Then we can have click here. So this is the button that we have. So for click events, in order to see the click, you need to write a function. So in this case, we are going to write a function const. Then we'll have handle click. This is an arrow function. Then we can console.log. You clicked. Let's have a string indicating you clicked. So with that, we can now specify on click. On click is a prop, so we'll just have it and have the function reference handle click. So with that, going to inspect so that we can see the event. So console, let me just clear up that. So when I click, you can see there you clicked. I click 2 more times. So that is the on click event. We need to create a function. Then we create the reference of the function on the on click prop. So you don't need to call the function. When you call the function, it will invoke the function automatically. So you will avoid that by just calling the reference of the function. So with that, I'm going to demonstrate how we can pass argument in our function and use it in our on-click prop. So in that case, if you want to use an argument, so let us set it to name. Then you can have template literals, whereby I'm going to use backtick. Then I'll use $, then curly braces to set our argument value. So with that, we need to use anonymous function, which is essentially an arrow function. Then we can invoke, and here we'll pass name, Derek in this case. So when I click, you should see Derek to click, so you can have a space, over here, and you see. So that is how you pass a function. You declare an anonymous function, then you set the function as if you want to invoke it. Then you pass in the argument. In this case, the argument is the name. So with that, I have demonstrated our click function. So apart from that, we can even have our event object. We can see the event object, event.target property. So with that, we can pass in the event to see the target. So we'll just add here. So with that, let me click. So essentially we are printing the event object. In this case, we have printed the target property, which is just the button that we have over here. So that is it. So we are going to demonstrate how React form in React works. So in this case, I'm going to close this, and then in our main app, I'm going to change things a little bit. So forms are a good way of submitting data in web development. So just to start, so I'm going to have form as the first element. So form, then here I'm going to set a property, no validate. Then inside, I'm going to have a div element. So in this div, we are going to have label, and in this case, the label will be name. Then after label, I'm going to have the input element. So in this case, I'm going to close it right away. And then in our input, we want to have the type, text. Then we have name, which in this case is just name. Then we'll set value at a later time. So with that, I'm going to have the same repeated. I'm going to have the same repeated. So in this case, this one will be email. Then the type will be email. Then we have text as email as the name. Yeah, so with that, I'm going to write different function that will enable submitting and also validation of our form. So in this case, to start with, I'm going to create handle change. Then we can create handle change and also the data that we are going to use, the form data. So in that case, I'm going to have const form data, then set form data. I'm using camel case convention. Then I'll set this one to useState. Then the initial value, I'm going to have a name set to empty string. Also email, I'm going to set it to empty string. So this is essentially an object. So we need to start with a curly brace. Then we can so with that, I'm also going to create variable for errors for our validation. So const, then errors. then set errors, then this one should also be set to empty objects, an empty object, so that will be there. Actually, so with that, I'm also going to create now the function handle change to handle the change of our input. So const handle change, handle change. This is going to be an arrow function taking the event as the argument. So with that, I'm going to set the form data to previous. Then we should use spread operator in this case, so that we assume the initial values as we modify the incoming values. So with that, we're going to have e.target .name. Then I will set this one to e.target. These are essentially objects .value. So with that, I've completed handle change. We are going to create the next function, which is basically for validation, to validate our input as we input them. So in this case, I'm going to have const validate. Then this one is also an arrow function. So in this arrow function, we are going to have an object const for new errors, then set it to empty curly brace. Then if going to have an if statement, if form data dot name dot string, then what error should it return? So the new error dot name will be set to name required. This is a string. Name is required. So with that, I'm also going to create another if statement. If form data dot email, let me just repeat this one. And change everything to email. dot email. So here we'll have email required, email is required. So with that, I'm also going to validate if the input of our email section is really an email. So with that, I'm going to set form data. Not really, we should have an if else if you're going to have that, then we have this is basically to test if this is an email. So dot test in bracket, we should input our form data dot email. Then if that is the case, new error dot email should set to email is invalid. Email is invalid. Then otherwise return new errors. So with that, I'm going now to use a validate function in our handle submit. This one will be handling submit in case our input has been already placed. So const handle submit then this is also another function with event as the argument. So in this case we want to prevent default, that is a blank submission, prevent default. So that is that. Then const, I'm going to use our validate function, but going to set it on a variable validation errors. So this is validate. This is the function. Then if object dot keys validation errors, check the length dot length greater than 0, set error to validation errors. Else surely the event should be else set errors to an empty object, and then we are going to console log our submitted data. So console.log submitted data. So with that, I'm going to have form data over here. Then we can then reset our form data, set form data name empty string, then email also empty string. So with that, I'm now going to utilize our functions in our form that we created earlier. So in this case, for no form, we'll use on submit handle submit. Then we are going to use value over here. Value. We are going to set it form data.name. Then on change, going to use the function handle on change, handle change. So that is the same thing we should do, but before that, let me set errors. For display, they will be displayed conditionally. So here we have error dot name, then we'll have p element, so here we'll have errors.name, then we'll also have the style, set color to red, so the same thing we'll have over the email. But in this case, we'll change it to email. Then the errors. So with that, let me correct. So let me correct the error by removing this and having it over here. So with that, let me see any other thing that might be causing an error. So here we should have email, and also this one should be errors.email. Then we should also have button, type be submit, then we can have submit. So with that, let me see if, so here we can also change the spelling of this. So with that change, I can now test our application. So form, let me say name to be true. First, let me test without any input. Should get name is required, email is required. So let me just put name, Trevor, then try to submit, email is required. So let me try out the email, Trevor. The email is invalid. So it's also check if the email submitted is valid or not. So in this case, at gmail.com. So with that, let me open the inspection so that you can see the output. I'll go to console. Let me clear the console. Then submit. So we should see the object as email set to that and name set to that. So with that, we have completed our testing of our form. So I'm going to explain the code so that I can recap the functionalities. So in that case, I'm going to expand this. So first we have the form data, which is basically the variable that's going to carry the object, the form data, that is the name and the email. Then we have this errors. This one will carry the errors that will be checking for the form. Then we have handle change. Handle change is basically to receive the input being placed in our input field. Then we have validate. Validate check for any errors, then set them to the new errors object. So in this case, we check if the user has not inputted anything but is trying to submit. In that case, the errors will be set to name is required. Also, the email will be set, the email error will be set to email is required. Otherwise, it tests the validity of the email and returns that. So we also have submit. Submit basically check if the user have inputted anything before submission. Then we run the validate function. Then the validate function will just be checking the validation errors, then updating them with the error variable. Yeah, so with that, I think I've captured most of the things. In our form, we have the handle submit, which is the function that we have specified above. Then we have the value on change, we have handle change. Then the same is for the same goes for email. which also have handle change. So this one will be rendered conditionally, checking for the errors and displaying them. We are going to talk about use effects. So just to start, let me delete the code we have right over here so that we can have a blank state to start. So after deleting everything, I'm going to expand. Let me expand to do some explanation before we can proceed to coding. So use effect allows us to perform side effects in components, and use effect is used in a number of cases. For instance, we use use effect for fetching API data. You can also use it to utilize event listeners and also to directly manipulate the DOM. We also use it when using timer, like a setout timer. Then use effects accept two arguments, the second one being optional. So in that case, it accepts function as the first argument, then dependency as the second argument. So when you declare use effect this way, with the function only as the argument, this one runs on every render. But when you include the function plus an empty array, runs only on the first render during the mount, in other words. And when you include a dependency inside the array, for this case you can use props of state, it runs during the first render, that is during mount, and when the dependency value changes. So I'm going to demonstrate these scenarios in the code below. So let me just have a component. Yeah, our normal. So let me change this one to h1. Yeah, so in that case, I'm going to create a variable called count. So const count set count. Then I will set it to useState with the value of initial value of 0. Then just like any other hook, we need to specify at the top of the component. So in this case, we are going to have our use effect. So use effect So for now, let me just remove that, and let us just have the function alone. So with that, I'm going to have set timeout. This one is going to have a function as the argument, an arrow function that is going to update our state, set count. Count. So this one should be. So with that, I'm going to have this one to change after every second, 1000 milliseconds. So let me just utilize it and open our browser. So I have rendered and have the dynamic value, the count, to see the behavior. So with that, we need to import so you can see immediately we render it the first time is rendering continually. So in that case we are demonstrating this part whereby we have only passed the function. So this one runs on every render. As you can see, this component is rendered every time this count changes, which is every 1 second. So in that case, we can have it modified by introducing our empty arrays. So in that case, let me have that. Then when I reload, we should have it is just rendered once, twice in this case, and by that I've demonstrated this part whereby runs only on the first render, runs only on the first render when you specify when you have the function and the empty array. So let me just reload it. So as you can see, it's rendered twice because we are using the strict mode in React, but that's just the demonstration of it. So the final one will be whereby we set the dependencies. So before that, I want to make a cleanup function within this. So cleanup function is basically to reduce memory leaks in during the rendering of our components. So in that case, I'm going to have return, and this one will be function, cleanup function, basically to prevent memory leaks during the rendering. So clear interval. Then we can give this one, set this one as a variable length. So it will accept the timer as the argument. So by that we have implemented a cleanup function just to prevent memory leaks. So I'm going to demonstrate the third part whereby we use dependencies, and the useEffect will run first during the first mount and when the dependency value changes. So to demonstrate using dependency, I'm going to change a few things. So first, let me introduce a new variable, const, and have multiplication. Then I'll set so this one I will also set it to 0 useState. So for this count, I'm going to have a button to update the count button. And it should have on click. So I'm going to remove this over here. Then let me have a fragment so that we can remove the error. So let me just move this one inside the fragment. So we have our button, and let me change this one to count. Then have a function here. So set multiplication, I want to update it. It should have count. Then let us multiply it by 5. And let me just remove the function and have count as our dependency. We are going to also have another h1. h1, then let me set it to multiplication to display the multiplication. Have the dynamic value. So with that, we want to update this count by clicking. We can correct over here by, this should be an arrow function. So with that, let me just say count. Let me just have it that way. So when I click, let me have a name to our button. Submit, not submit, but click. So when I click it, you can see it only renders when the count changes. So by that we have demonstrated the part 3 of our useEffect, whereby it changes during the first render and it runs during the first render and when the dependency change. So when our count change, our count multiplication is also changing. So by that we have captured the useEffect. Yeah, so that is it. We're going to discuss useReducer hook, an alternative to useState hook. So first I'm going to remove the code over here. Then I'm going to expand to do some explanation before continuing to the coding part. So useReducer is a powerful alternative hook to useState. When do we use it? We use it when you have a complex state logic or multiple sub-values that change in different ways. So useReducer takes to argument a reducer function and initial state value, but most of the time this is an object. Then the syntax is the state. Then we have the dispatch function in the array. Then we set this one to useReducer, whereby it takes the reducer function and the initial state. So reducer is basically a function that's taking the state and the action and give a new state. So initial state is just the starting state. Then dispatch is the function to send action. Yeah, so let me now just start by creating our app component. So to demonstrate useReducer, we are going to create a count application to increase and decrease our counter values. So let me just open my browser. So with that, I'm going to create first the reducer function. So function, the rename reducer, and as we have indicated the state action. And we are going to use switch to switch in between the cases. Switch action type, action.type, and the first case will be increment. Then this one should return. This one should return our count with an increased value of count. State.count. Plus 1. Then we should repeat the same. I'm going to select then Control Alt down arrow to duplicate that. So we'll have decrement. Then here we should have one minus. Then I'm also going to select this one. Shift Alt down arrow to duplicate it. Then change this one to reset. So for reset, we should have the count being set to 0. So basically we'll have 0 as the value. Then by default, what should we do by default? Default, if it is not any of these cases specified, we should throw an error. Non-action, a non-action. So with that, going now to use our useReducer hook in our component. So let me have a variable const, an array which take basically the state, then the dispatch function, then set it to useReducer. So our useReducer takes in the reducer function we have created over here and the initial state. We want our initial state to have the count set to 0. So that is going to be reducer. Count. So with that, we are going to utilize our useReducer in our application. Let me just have H1. We are going to have count and set this one to dynamic value. So here we'll have our state dot count, which for now it's 0. Then we need to have button. So our first button is for increment. So let me then on click, we set on click, top, receive anonymous function, and in this case the anonymous function is the dispatch. So dispatch, then our dispatch takes in the type, type increment. So like that, let me see if it's working. Our increment is working. So let's repeat the same for the other two buttons, the reset and decrement button. Shift Alt down arrow to duplicate. So then this one is reset. Now I've not dealt much with the styling, so we'll just have decrement, and this one is reset, just as specified before. So when we set it back to 0, then decrement, decrease the values, increment, we increase the values. So by that I've demonstrated how we use useReducer. We first specify the useReducer function, whereby it takes the state and the action as the argument. Then you use switch case to basically specify the cases for increment to increase the state by 1, decrement to decrease, and reset to set the count to 0. So otherwise, an error will be thrown indicating a non-action. So after that, we use the useReducer imported from React. Then it takes our reducer function specified here above, and the initial state, whereby it's an object with the count set to 0. So in our on click, we basically use the dispatch function to execute. The second case, I want to demonstrate how we can use useReducer, manage from state. So let me just expand. Yes, so I'm going to move everything. Let me just remove this. And this one. So our our new form. We want to have a form function, form reducer. As usual, it takes the state and the action as the argument. State action, then switch. I'm going to use switch case. I take the action dot type of the argument. Yes. Now we are change. And this one should return thread operator of our current state. And action field should take in the action value. So I'm going to just paste this case to repeat the same thing. So shift alt down arrow, then we can have set. It is set, and this one returns the initial state. Then default should just return the state. This one should be down. So our initial form, needed to specify here const initial form. This is just the default state. So name, set it to an empty string, and email we also set it to an empty string. So we can now use our reducer in our form. So first, we're going to have the variable const and your state and dispatch or dispatch function, and we'll utilize useReducer, which basically take our form reducer function we have specified above, form reducer, and the initial state, which is the initial form in our case. So with that, I'm going to have form element. So form, in our form we are going to have input, self-closing input element input. So in our input, we are going to have a value, setting it to state, name, setting it to state, dot name, and on page, I'm going to have as the argument, and we'll have dispatch function, dispatch, which in this case will have a type set to change, type set to change, field, field to name, and value, target dot value. Dot value. Then we can have a placeholder, set it to name. Then you can repeat the same for email or email input. You can add a label, so I'm going to repeat the same for the email section. So I'll highlight, then shift, hold down arrow, then we can change this one to. For now, we are not focusing on the styling, just the functionality of React. So just bear with me. Mail, then we have target.val. So that is basically it. Then here we should have state.email, not name. Then button, will be clear button. So let me just have type button, then clear, then have the on click, receive our function. So we'll have anonymous function, which is basically our dispatch. Dispatch. Specify the type. reset. So I will just change the field over here, email. Then we can now test our form. So Trevor, if always I'll use Trevor at gmail.com. So with that said, please just to reset it back to the initial state. So that is a demonstration of useReducer. We first add the initial form, whereby we add an empty string as our initial state for the name and the email. Then I created function, useReducer function, which basically take the state and the action as the argument. Then we used switch case to specify the different cases. For instance, if we want to change the values, we use the first case. Then if we want to reset the values to the initial state, we use the reset. Otherwise, we remain with the state. Then to utilize our reducer in our form, we use the useReducer hook, which basically accepts the form reducer as the function that we specified over here, and then the initial state, our empty strings. Then in the form on change part, we utilize our dispatch function. Yeah, so that is basically it. A demonstration of how useReducer can be a substitute of useState. So we are going to see how useCallback is used. useCallback hook let React skip rendering a component if props have not changed. So it therefore improves performance by minimizing unnecessary re-rendering. So in this case, I'm going to demonstrate how that one is made possible. So just to begin, I'm going to create our app component. Then going to files, I'm going to create a new component in our component folder. We'll call it to do lists.jsx. So with that created, I'll create the component. So in this component, we are going to have a variable const. This will be a list to do's. Then I'll say go to gym. Then I will have complete React. So with that, I'm going to have our component. I'm going to write more elements, so h2 to do list. Then I'm going to render now our to do list. I'm going to have curly braces, then to do dot map. Then this one should take in to do and index. Then it should return return p element whereby we are going to specify the key to be the index. In this case, we are going to use the index, but essentially one should use id as the key. Then inside we are going to have dynamic, our to do. So with that, I'm going to go back to our parent component app.jsx to see how we are going to. So we can have a button just to see. Button. And our on click should accept prop. Let me just specify handle as our prop to handle the on click. So with that, let me just console log above con dot log to indicate our child has been rendered. So with that, I'm going to go back to our parent, and in our parent, I'm going to specify the handle click function. Const handle click. Then this one is going to be an arrow function. Should return. So let me just console log. I'm going to have just to indicate clicked. Then with that, I'm going to have another variable const count set count. Then have useState. I'm going to set it to 0 as the initial value. Then in our component, first I'm going to bring our child to-do list. Then it is going to accept handle click. So with that, let me just have wording for the button. Then coming back, our parent component is essentially just a counter app. So h2 then specify dynamic value. So with count set to count, I'm going to have a button just to increment the count. So let me have one click. Let me have one click. Then I'm going to set it to anonymous function, and then we'll have count set to then we can increment it by 1. Let me set count to this one, set set count. So with that, you can see our count is updating. So let me just inspect to see how the parent and the child are being rendered. So you can see when I click the button of the parent component, the child is being rendered every now and then. Every time our count is updating, the child is also being rendered. So we are going to try and solve this so that we can memorize the child component so that it doesn't have to be rendered when there is an update in the parent. So what do? It goes back to to-do list, and this is where our use callback comes in. So let me just have use callback, use memo, memo, then I will memo even with us memorizing the child component, you can see it is still being rendered when the parent component is changing. So in our parent, we will use callback, then for our handle click function, we are going to memorize it. So this one, use callback, then let me just handle click, then let me have an empty dependency. Let me just close this one here. So let me clear the console and try it once more. So in this case, we have used callback. We have set our handle click to be called from the use callback. So when I try to increase our parent, our child is not being rendered if there is no change. So with this one, we have solved the issue of unnecessary rendering taking place in our child component when the parent component updates. So only when we click the child component is when it will be rendered. So that is it. So today we are going to discuss about React router. So let me just close the files. Then I will open another terminal and install React router down. So which will help us with the router. So npms install React router DOM. This will take some time. So having installed React router DOM, I'm going to make some changes to our app component. Let me just have the boilerplate. Then I'm going to go back to our folders. Then in our source, I'm going to have a new folder called pages to contain our pages that we are going to use for routing. So in pages, let me just have 5 pages. So the first page I'm going to have layout.jsx. Then let me just create the boilerplate. Then the second page I'm going to have home.jsx. Let me create the same boilerplate. Then I'm going to have team.jsx. Then I'm going to have let me just put the boilerplate. Then I'm going to have contact page, contact.jsx. So then I want to have a page for not found error. So let me just create a new file called no page.jsx. So with the pages set up, let me just close our file tree. So in our app.jsx, I'm going to import some of this one we don't need. So I'm going to import browser router, then routes and root. So with that imported, let me now have it over here. So I'm going to wrap everything. For the first component, I'm going to have the browser router. Then inside browser router, I'm going to have routes. Then inside routes, I'm going to have root. So for our root, let me specify path. So this is the path that you. So this is the home page that you find when the website loads for the first time. So here we are going to have layout page. Then inside I'm going to have route, self-closing. Then this one will be the index. Then element will be home. And I'm supposed to repeat this one for all our pages. So all our pages that we intend to have in our application will be featured here. So here we are going to add you can check the number of pages. So we have contact, home, layout, and no page and theme. So basically 5 pages. So we have the layout, so we can have theme, then we can have contact, then we can have the no page. So with that, we need to import these components to our app component. So import so we are going to go to pages, then layout. I'm going to repeat the same for our 4 other pages. Then here I'm going to change home. Then here I'm going to have theme. Contact, then no page. So here I'm going to have a theme, then contact, then we have no page. So with that setup, I can now specify the paths. So path, then we can have the same for contact. So contact, then for our no page, we want to specify that any other page that is not specified in our app should direct the user to no page, which is basically an error of no page found. So with that setup, I can now go back to our layout. So in our layout, I'm going to have the links displayed and the navigation. So basically layout will assist with the navigation between the pages. So I have this one. So let us have the fragment, then nav element. So for now we are going to have some style. So inline styling, let me just set background color to F8, 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 and then I'm going to specify padding. So padding 10 pixel, 20 pixel. So yeah, so with that I'm going to now have an ordered list to display our links across the application. So an ordered list, then we are going to have style, display, going to set flex, list style, I'm going to set none, margin, I'm going to set 0, padding, I'm going to set 0. Yeah, so inside our unordered list we are going to have the lists themselves. So our list will also have styling. So style, margin right, I'm going to set 20 pixel. This one should be a string, 20 pixel. Then we are going to utilize links from our React router DOM. So import outlet, we are going to use outlet and link. So the link will come in here, link, then for link we are also going to have styling. So style, going to have text decoration. We'll set this one to none. Then color, going to set color. Then font weight, font weight we are going to put bold. So bold. So with that, I'm going to repeat the same for our pages, the other pages that we have. So let me just Control Alt down arrow, Control Alt down arrow. So with that, I'm going to have team, then contact. So with that, I'm going to go back to our pages so that we can style them a little bit. So I'm going to go back to our folders, then home. Let me just have a title, h1, home page. Then I'm going to have a p element. In that case, I'm using Lorem Ipsum. That is an extension. I'm using this particular one, version 1.31. So yeah, so I'm going to repeat the same for our pages, for the other pages. That is the contact and also the no page. Yes, so actually there should be no page found. Then team, you can then change the title of our team page. Then we have the home, the contact. So finally we'll change the contact page. Then we can see our different pages. So contact page. So with that, I'm going to go back to our main.jsx and remove this styling. So with that, let's see what we have achieved so far. So this is our page. So before you can see the changes, let me go back to layout. Then after the nav element, I'm going to have the outlet. So as you can see, our pages are now working fine. This is what we wanted to achieve. So if I try to go to a page not specified, let me say blog. we'll get no page found. So in this part of Capstone project, we are going to create this wonderful e-commerce platform and deploy it over the web. We'll also have this lazy loading and suspense. That's how we'll see how this load more button works, such that initially only 8 products are being displayed, but when you click the load more button, you will have 4 more products added. Yeah, so it will be adding them until there will be no more products to show. Then we'll also have this model whereby you can see the product in details, the description, and you can also add to cart the product. Then you can view our cart to see what products you have added. Then you can increase the quantities. We'll learn how to use React Context API to manage upward state. So that's how we'll be managing our state across the application. We're also going to learn about these skeletons that improve the visual appearance of our products as they are being loaded for the first time. We're also going to learn about deployment of our app so that it can be live for access from any location. To our project, we are going to modify a few things. In our component, I'm going to delete everything. Then let me just select everything and delete at once. So in our context, I'm also going to delete user context. Then in our pages, I'm also going to delete everything over here. So yeah, so our page is now empty, context also empty, and component also empty. So we are going to start afresh. Then we just have components. I'm going to have the following components. So the first file is going to be the header.jsx. So let me just have the boilerplate code. Let's see. Then the second component we are going to have is the product card. So product card.jsx. I'm going to have also boilerplate over here. Then the third component, we are going to have product list. Also here we are also going to have the boilerplate code. Then another component we are going to have is the product model. .jsx. Then I will have the boilerplate code. Then the last component we are going to have over here is the skeleton card. So with that created, I'm going to have boilerplate code. Then I'm going to go to the pages, create our page. We'll only have one page. So our page will be for cat. So cat page .jsx. Here we also have a boilerplate code. Then in our context, we are going to have cat context that we'll be using to update the state of the cat. So cat context.jsx. So yeah, so with that, I'm also going to have a style file where we'll be styling our components from our pages. So from source, I'm going to add another file, style.jsx. So for now, let me just leave the boilerplate code. So with that, I'm going to start with our app.jsx. So let me just close the different files. And also I'm going to create close our file tree, Control B. So with that, let me just have some space. So let me just delete the code we had initially over here. Then here we'll also delete the following code. Let me just leave the browser router as the only thing remaining. Then before we can start, I'm going to have our cat page const cat page, and for cat page we want to lazy load it, that is dynamically load it. So we are going to use React lazy. This enable loading of the page only when necessary, thereby reducing the bundle size. So inside here we are going to have an arrow function. Import. And inside our import we are going to have the cat page. So with that, so let me just import React. So I'm going to have import React from React. So our error is now gone. So with that out of the way, I'm going to declare some styles for our app. So let me just have const app styles. Then for the styles, we are going to have font family. font family, and here we'll have Arial. Then we'll have sans serif. So with that, I'm going to set also the margin. Set to 0. Padding also will be 0. Then background color. I'm going to set it to this code color F5, F5, F5. So with that, I'm going to set the minimum height, mean height. This one will have 100 viewport height. So with that out of the way, I'm going to wrap our app component with the card provider. So for now, we have not created it, so we'll just keep that. Then inside here, we're going to have a div element. Our div will have some style, so style equal app style. The one we had created over here, declared over here. So with that, we're going to have the header as the first imported element. Let me just check. We need to import it. So let me just import header. From our components stroke header. So I can now reload our app to see if the changes. Yes. Yeah, so you can see our header is now loaded. So let us proceed. So after that, I'm going to go to our next. So after header, we are going to have main, and then main will have style. We set padding 20 pixel. This should be under quotation mark. So max width, I'm going to set it to 1200 pixel, then margin, I'll set it to 0 auto, then I can now close it. So inside here we are going to now use React Suspense that enable loading. We have the fallback that enable lazy loading. So React Suspense enable loading of components only when needed. This improve performance, especially when the app become very large. So it's a very useful tool to use. So fallback will have a dynamic element div, then loading. So with that, I'm going now to set the routes. So routes, we had already imported this one in the previous tutorial. So I'm going just to proceed. Then we'll have route, path. I'll set it to the home. Then element, I'm going to set it to a dynamic value. So here we are going to have the fragment. Then inside our fragment, I'm going to have h1 element. So h1, for h1, let us name our web page, our website, React Store. So with that, let me just close the root. You can see the changes happening. So I'm going to style this h1. So style, let me have text align, set to center. Then color, set to 33. Then margin bottom, I'm going to set to 30 pixel. So with that, let me go to the second component that we are going to import in our main page. So here we'll also have the product list. So product list, so I need to import product list. product from our component so with that we're still getting an error. So this one should essentially be inside the fragment. So just below our h1 element, we are going to have the product list. So we can see it's already reflecting. So with that, let me just expand our code base. So that we are done with the first root. So I'm going to add another root. So root for our cat. So we'll have path set to stroke cat. Then we'll set our element equal cat page. So we need to close. So with that, we are now done with the main page, the app.jsx. So we'll only come back here to set the cat provider that will enable global state across our application. So I'm going to go next to our context, cat context. So here, so for this part we are going to jog our memory and learn about use context and useReducer, the application for our application-wide state management. So first, let me just import create context. Then I'm going to have const. I'm going to declare cat context. So with that out of the way, I'm going to have our cat reducer function, const cat reducer, then it's going to have two arguments, state and action. This is an arrow function. Then we are going to utilize the switch cases. So switch action.type, Then we'll have the first case add to cart. And for add to cart, we are going to check if the item being added is already existing. So existing item, go to state.items find, taking item as the argument, item.id. Check if it's equal to action.payload. Action.payload is just like the product we will be updating. So the product information, so payload.id. So if existing item want to return state, the current state, return spread operator to return our current state. Then we'll have items set to state dot items dot map. This one will also have an arrow function taking item as the argument. Then we'll return first. We want to check if the ID is the same as the payload ID. So we'll have item dot ID action dot payload will have the ternary operator. So this function basically check if the item you are adding to the cart is already existing. If that is the case, it will just update the quantity. Otherwise, it will return the product which we are currently adding to the cart. So this one will have a spread operator item, then quantity, set to item quantity plus 1. Otherwise, we want to return item. So with that, let me just close the file tree, Control B, so that we can see properly. So that out of the way, let me just have return, then spread operator for state, current state, then item, then state.item, then I'm going to have the action payload, payload, and our quantity set to 1. So let me just move to the second case. This particular one is for removing item out of the cart. So case remove from cart, from cart, then for remove from cart we want to return the cart minus the item removed, so have return, then curly braces, then we have spread operator for our current state, then items, set to state dot items, then we are going to map the items dot map, so item as the argument, then we have arrow function, sorry, actually here should be items dot filter, then this should map our item, we'll have item dot id, we want to check if it is not equal to the payload id, to the action payload, dot payload, so that is for removing item from our cart. So the next case will be for updating item, case update quantity, update quantity, this should return spread operator for state, current state, then items set to state dot items, dot map, item. Then we'll have our arrow function. Check item dot id strictly equal to action dot payload dot id dot payload dot id. Then we set L. This is this is like an if-else statement. So we check for that, then return item and the quantity. Quantity action dot payload dot quantity. Then otherwise we return item. Then we want to filter item. Then we are going to have that item dot quantity. Want to check if it's greater than 0. Quantity so let me just add this one. Then the default, we are going to set the default. This one should just return the state. Return state. Then we are going to, that is it for the first part. We are now going to use useReducer for the second part. So we are going to have export const, and the name of our function will be cat provider. So cat provider. Then it will be an arrow function with the children as the argument. So children. Then we'll have curly braces. Inside we'll have useReducer, but first let's have array that receives the state and dispatch. This will be set to useReducer, which we had imported above. useReducer over here. So useReducer will receive cat reducer. Then we'll have curly braces. Items set to empty array. Then we'll just have that. Then now we can start having the different functions. First, const add to cart, and in this case I'm using camel case naming convention. So this is another function receiving the product as the argument product. Then we'll set this one our curly braces, then dispatch. Dispatch will basically specify the type of action we'll be using. So we'll have a type set to add card that we had created above. Add to cart. Then payload will be the product payload. Will be set to the product we are working with. Then we are going to have the second function const remove from cart. Also this one will use the camel case. For this one, it will receive the product ID as the argument product ID. This one will also be another function. So dispatch will basically receive the type of action you want to take. So type, set it to remove from cart. Then payload will set payload to product ID which you have received as part of the argument. So product ID. Then I'm going to the next function, update quantity const. Update quantity camel case naming. So I'll just repeat the same thing. Let me just copy. But in this case, we'll receive also the quantity as argument. Then type, set it to update quantity. Update quantity. Then payload will set to an object ID set to product ID. Then we'll also have quantity. So with that, we are now going to utilize the following function. But before that, let me create two more for updating total items and also getting the total price of items in our cart. So const get total item, get total items. This will be also an arrow function without an argument. So here we'll have return state dot items dot reduce. So here we'll receive total and item, then set return total plus item dot quantity. So with that, we'll go to the next one. Let me just control. Let me just paste. Get total price, the second one. Then for this one, we'll just change total plus item dot price multiplied by quantity. So item dot quantity. Yeah, so with that we can now have a return. So return. Then in our return we'll have the cat context dot provider. Here we'll have a value set to the different items in our state. So first we'll spread the current state, then have add to cart, then remove from cart, then update quantity, then get total items, finally get total price. So with that I can now close it. So inside we'll have children. So I'll create a custom hook called useCat so that we can utilize it easily across our other components. So export const useCat, our custom hook, which is also an arrow function. Then I'm going to have curly braces, const, so context, set this to use context, then we'll have cut context as the argument there. So with that, I'm going to have if else, if not context, we're going to return going to throw an error. So throw new error, new error, new error in bracket use cut must be used within a cut provider. So return context. So now let us disable this. So with that, we are done with the cut context. Let us now use it across our application and see its application. So we'll now move to the style file, and for style, you will get the styling down in the description. So you can just copy paste and have it over here. This will be the styling for the old application. So with that out of the way, we'll go to our first component, the header. So in our header, we are going to use the custom use cut that we'll be using to have to manage our state. So const, and we'll have curly braces, get total items that we had specified in our context, total items. Then we set this one to use cut, so it has been imported. Then for header, we are going to have some styling. So let me just have header to replace this div. So header, then our header is going to have some styling. So style equal curly braces. Then we'll import header style from our style file. So styles. So with that imported, you can see we have started to style it. So what else are we going to have here? We are going to have a link. So link. This is going to have our title, React store. So this is basically a commerce store. So we're going to have a to link prop, not prop but property, and this one should take us back to the home page. So for our cut, we need to have this bracket. Then we'll have styling, so style, and this style will be for logo style from our style file. Then after that we'll also have another link. So let me have a link. Then we can remove this header for now. Then in our other link we'll also have two, which will point to our cart. So this one will also have style, so style, and we'll set it to cut link styling from our style file. Then we'll have that. Then from here we are going to have a dynamic rendering. So get total items. Okay. Then we are going to check if it's greater than 0. If greater than 0, we have to have a span element. So shift span, then our span will have styling. So style, this one will be set to badge styles. Then inside our span, we are going to have the get total value. So get total item. So for current React, we don't have to import React. So I'm going to remove this. Then I will import the link from React Router DOM. Then with that set, you can see our app is not showing. Let me just inspect. So console is saying use cart must be used within a cart provider. So for that error, we'll come back to our app.jsx and wrap everything with the cart provider. So cart provider from context. So I'll just copy everything and set it within the cart provider. So as you can see, our header is now set. When you click cart, you will go back to cart, then this one should bring you to home page. So with that out of the way, I'm going to head now to our skeleton card. Skeleton card will help us in loading our components well. So for skeleton card, we are going to have the following. So let me have some style. So style. Then here we're going to import pulse keyframe from our style file. Then I'm going to have div. So div. Then our div is going to have style. So style. This one will be card style from our style file. Then here we are going to have some div elements. So div. Then our div will have styling. So style, image skeleton style. Then let me duplicate this one 4 more times. So with that, I'm going to change the styling for each one of them. So this one is text. So text, skeleton style. Then this one going to have title. Then we are going to have price, skeleton. Then lastly we'll have button. So by that we are done with our skeleton card. I'll now move to cut page. So let me just close some of the files that we are no longer using. So let me open our cut page. Remember, cut was the only page we had apart from the home page. So cut page, we are going to have some rendering of items in our cut. So we'll use the custom hook, use cut. So const items, remove cut, remove from cut, from cut. Then we have update, quantity, get total price. Then everything we are going to get them from our custom hook. Use cut. So we are going just to import it manually. So import use cut from import it from context, then cut context. That one out of the way, I'm going to have styling. So style, this one will have page style. So import page style from So I'm going to have an h1 element, h1, your shopping cart. Then the h1 will also have styling, so style cart header style. That one has been imported automatically. Then I'm going to have dynamic rendering for our item. So first we'll check if the item dot length is equal to 0. Then ternary operator, this one should return a div element indicating our cart is empty. So div your cart is empty. Meanwhile, you can check our cart. So if that one is not the case, if the items are more than 0, we are going to render the items. So we are going to have a fragment So as you can see, it's now indicating our shopping cart is empty. Otherwise, let us map through the items. So items dot map, then item, then we'll have a div element. So and our div will have a key, a good convention to keep. So dot id, then styling, style. This one we are going to set to item style from our style page. So importing this one from our style file. Then inside we'll have image, element. So let me just have a self-closing image. Then inside I'm going to specify this source src. This one should take in our item dot image, or we'll have a placeholder folder dot svg. So with that, I'm going to have alt property. This one should give just more information about our image. So item dot title. Then for style, we are going to have item image style. Then with that, I'm going to have another div element. So div let me just close our file tree, Control B, so that we can see clearly. So for this one, I'm going to have style set to item info styles. Then we are going to have two other div elements. So for these two, we are going to have style set to items title styles. Then dynamic render the item dot title. Then for the second case, I'm going to have style, then item price style. Then I'm going to have a $sign and dynamically render item price. So item dot price. So with that, I'm going to have another div element. So div, and for this one, we'll have style, which will be quantity control style. So quantity control style from our style file we had created earlier. Then we'll have button. So our button will have minus button for reducing the quantity. Then for styling, we're going to have style quantity button style. So quantity button styles. Then on click, our on click prop on click, we are going to have the update quantity earlier imported using our custom hook use cut. So this one update quantity. So update quantity taking in item dot id and item dot quantity -1. So with that, I'm going to have a span element. So span, our span will show the item quantity, item dot quantity, then for our adding quantity button, we are going to have styling. So style, this should take quantity button style. Then on click, on click should take in update quantity. But so basically update quantity by increasing the quantity. So here we'll have item ID as the argument, item.id, and item quantity, item.quantity plus 1. So with that, I'm going to have addition sign. Then the last button is for removing item from our cart. So button. Then style. So style, remove button style from our style file. So on click, I'm going to have remove from cart, with item ID as the argument. So here you're going to just have remove. So that is basically it. I'm going to have display of our price, total price. So div element to have total. Then we can have dollar sign. Then get total price. Then this one should be returned to fixed. Two digits. So div also have style. So style, total style. So with that, I've finished our cut page. So basically the cut page have the following function to update our state. So update quantity, remove from cart, get total price, and also the items. So we check if there are any item in our cart. If not, we return your shopping cart, your cart is empty. Otherwise, if there are item, we map through to give the item properties, the image, then the price and the title. Then we have the buttons for updating the quantities, increasing or decreasing. Then lastly, we have the button for removing item from the cart. And our div will display the total price for the items added on our cart. So now I'm going to move to our product card. So product card, Let me just close our file tree. So here we are going to have some states before we can continue. So const, let me just first add our custom hook. So add to cart. Then now add to cart will use our custom hook use cart. Then let's have show model const. Show model is just basically to check if the model is open. So show model, set model, and I'll set this one to use state. False by default. So model will just appear on each and every product card. So if it is opened, the useState will be updating the state. Then we have const image loaded. Then set image loaded. This one will also be false by default. So useState false. Then we'll have const is hovered, set is hovered, also false by default. So useState So with those out of the way, I'm going now to our main card. Here we'll just be providing the card that will be displaying the product from our API. So here we are going to have a div element. So div and it will have styling. So style is hovered. We'll check. We'll set the style to card hover style. Otherwise, we'll have product card style. Card style. So those one have been automatically imported. Then on click, we are going to have our show model updated to true. So set model should be show model. Set show model to true. Then on mouse enter, we are going to have our set is hovered to true. Then on mouse leave, we are going to update the state. Set is hovered false. So next I'm going to have another div. So this div will basically be our image container. So style image container styles. Then we'll have div. This div will have styling. So style set to skeleton image. Image skeleton image style. So this style we are going to create it since we have so const skeleton image. Then for this one we are going to have width set to 100%. Height going to set it to 100%. Then we are going to have background color, ground color. So background color, we are going to have the following color code. So hash E0, 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 E0. Then we are going to have border radius set to 4 pixels. So border radius 4 pixels. Then we are going to have a display. I'm going to check for display. We are going to check if image is loaded. So image loaded. If that is the case, we will return none. Otherwise, we'll return block. So that is it. Should have comma there. Then let me continue. So after that, we are going to have the image. So skeleton, then have image element, image that is self-closing. Then in our image, we are going to have source set to product. This is dynamic product dot image. Product dot image. Otherwise, we're going to have a placeholder. Placeholder dot svg. Then we'll have alt. Going to set it to product title. Dot title. Then style. We're going to have image style. Style. This one we need to create it. So going back, we are going to have const then image style, as we had indicated below. Image style, we'll set this one to max width, hundred, 100%. Then we'll have max height, max height, this will also be 100%. Then background color, not background color but object fit, set it to contain. Then we'll have opacity. We check image loaded, If that is the case, we return 1, opacity of 1, otherwise set it to 0. Then finally we'll have transition. For this one we'll set opacity, put opacity and 0.3 seconds. So with that, we are getting an error for our product. So we need to pass it as argument. So over here we'll have curly braces, then product. Then after style, we want to have so after style we want to have onload. So onload we are going to have an update of our state. So set image load to true. Then after this, we are going to have another div. So div, and this one will show the product category dynamically. So product dot category, then style, we are going to have category style. From our earlier created style page. So after that, we are going to have another div, not div but h3 element. Here we are going to have product title. So product dot title, then style, we'll set to title style, then div will have style, set to price style, then we'll have product dot price. So with that out of the way, I'm going to have a button. So button style, button style, then on click, handle, cut, handle, add to cut. So we are going to create this function before we can proceed to utilize it. So over here, we are going to have the handle add to cut. So const handle add to cut. Set it to our event. Event will be the argument. Then we'll have e dot stop propagation. Then we'll have add to cut with product as the argument. So product. So we can now utilize handle add to cut. So here we'll also have on mouse center. Of event as, then we'll have e.target dot style dot background color. We are going to set this one to this code, so hash 22995. Then we'll duplicate this one, then have on mouse leave we set it to 27 AE60. Then close our button. Add to cart. So with that, I'm going to add one more thing. So we want to check if the show model is true. Then we should have a product model being shown. So product model, then product set to product, then on close, we want to update the state. So that we set show model to false. So let me just close our element. We need to import it. So import from components product model. And I'll add to cart. So with that, we are done with our product card. So basically, it will be showing the individual product, and we'll have the button add to cart. it will also show the product category, title and price, and the image. So that is it. So our app is still intact. We'll now move to our product model. So product model, let me just close our file tree. So here we have the use act book. Then I will have one state image loaded. So const add to cart. This should be from our use book. So with that one, we're going to have our image loaded. So const image loaded, then set image loaded. So we'll use useState by default the value is false. So with that, I'm going to proceed to make our component so that we can style it. So let me just remove this one. Then I will have style element. This one will save keyframes. So keyframes from our style file we are created. Then we'll have a div element. So our div will have style. Then we'll have over style. Then on click. So on click, we're going to have on close. So this one should be part of our argument, the passing. So product on close. So with that out of the way, I'm going to have another div. So div, then our div will have styling. So style. Then we'll set to model style. Specified in our style file. Then on click, we're going to have given arrow function e stop application. Then we'll have a button. This button is going to have a cancel symbol, so we'll have just the unicorn, which will be u. 00 D7. So with that, we'll now have the style. So style, post button style, and we'll have on click, we'll have on close, and mouse enter. Have then set e.target style on color. This one I will set to this particular color code hash F0 F0 F0. Then we are going to duplicate this one. So on mouse leave, on mouse leave, and for background color I will have transparent. Then I'm going to have another div element. So div, I will have style, style, set to content, and style. Then I will have another div element. So div, style, set model, image, style. So we are going to have another div element. So div, then this div is going to have style. So style, and this style will set it to skeleton image. So skeleton image, skeleton, image style, and for this style we are going to create it because we are not specified it in our style file. So we'll have const skeleton, skeleton image styles. Then I'll set it to have width. Then our width will be 200 pixels. Then we are going to have height. Height will be 200 pixels. 200 pixels. Then we'll have a background color. background color. So our background color, will set it to this code hash E0 0. Then we'll have a border radius set to 8 pixel. Then we'll have our display. It will check if the image is loaded. If that is the case, we'll set display to none. Otherwise, we are going to set it to block. Yeah, so going back to our code, we are going to have from here, we are going to have image. So image image should be image self-closing. So for our image, we are going to have specify the source src. That one will be set to the product image product.image. Then we'll have a standby placeholder. So placeholder dot svg. So after that we'll have alt set to product title product.title. So before I can continue, let's use Unicode codes here instead. So this is the cancel button. So we'll just replace that with the following times. So that is the Unicode code for X times symbol. So with that, let me proceed. Let's remove that. And our bracket should be there. So alt, then style, set to image styles. So let me just have the image style, because we had not set them in our style file. Going to have them. So const image styles. Then I will set max width to 100%. And I will have max height set to 300 pixel. Then we'll have object fit set to contain Let me have a comma there. Then we'll have opacity set to first check image loaded. If that is the case, we'll have none. Otherwise, we'll have block. None should be under quotation mark. Otherwise, block. So transition, going to have transition set opacity and 0.3 seconds. So that let us just see how the model will look like. So going back, let me just open the website, so React series. So this is the model, this is what we are currently working on. You can see the image part. Then we are now going to proceed to this section. So yeah, so this is the cancel button. Yeah, so proceeding further, we are going to have download set to set image load. We modify the state to true. Then after this, we are going to have another div element. So div, and inside here we are going to have another div. So our div will have the dynamic value of product category. So product category, then style, then set it to model category styles, and I'm going to have h2 element. This will have the dynamic value product.title and the style. I'll set it to model title style, model title styles. So these are coming from our style file we had created earlier. So then I'm going to have another div element. This one will indicate the product price. So product price, then style will be set to model prices styles. So after that, we are going to have a dynamic rendering of our ratings. So we'll have a product rating, then If the product rating exists, we want to render the following: a div element, our div will have a styling, so style, rating style. Then inside our div we are going to have a span element, so span, and our span also has style, so style set to stars style. Then we are going to have render styles. Before you can use it, let me just create it. This is a function, render stars. So coming back, going to have the renders of const, render stars, we'll have rating as the argument, and curly braces, const stars set to empty array. Then we'll have const full stars set to math flow. Then in bracket we'll have our argument rating. Then const as half star set to rating percentage sign 1. So this is basically modulus. So then 0. And after this we are going to have a for loop. So for let I equal to 0, then I less than full star, then we want to increment it. So I, then we are going to have star push. So here we are going to use our Unicodes. So / 2605. Then we are going to have an if statement. So if faster and to push an outline star, so we are going to have star dot push. Then we are going to use our Unicodes again. So / u2606. So otherwise we want to return stars dot join. So we can now use our function render stars in our code. We'll have render stars and pass in that rating dot rect. Then close the bracket, our curly brace. So I'm going to have another span element, span. This one will be for product rating still. So product dot rating dot rate. Then we are going to have reviews. Product dot rating dot count. Then we'll have reviews. So that is it. We are going to have product description down below. So this one will be a P element, and have product dot description. Then style will have description styles. Then down here we'll have the button for adding to cart. So button. Then for our button, we are going to have add to cart. And for styles, going to have model button style. So apart from that, we're going to have on click. For this, we are going to create a function handle add to cart before we can use it. So this will enable adding the products to cart. So const handle add to cart. Then I will set this one to arrow function. Then call the add to cart that we had added from our custom book. Then pass in product. Then we'll have on close. So we can now utilize handle add to cart in our code. So handle add to cart. Then we are going to have on mouse enter. Then we'll have arrow function. Then if the target dot style dot background color set to 229954. Then I'll just copy this one and paste it. Then modify on mouse leaf. Then the background color, we are going to modify it. So 27 AE 60. So with that, we have finished creating our model. We will now proceed to the final part of the application that will give it the look we want to see in the main page. So the product list is the next component we are going to build that will actually give it a nice look. So let me just close this one. Then go to product lists. We can look at how the product list will look like. So in the complete application, this is how the product list will render. Yeah, so with this load more button, so it will be loading like the first element, the first products. Then if you want to load more, it will be loading 4 others. So that is basically how we'll have it. So let us turn back to our coding. So product list. First, we are going to have a product card imported. So const product card. Then I will set this one to arrow function. Sorry. So product card. Then I will set to react dot lazy. Inside here, we are going to import. So import lazy just enable loading the component only when necessary, thereby saving our performance. Then product card. So with that out of the way, I'm going to set some states. So first, const product, then set product, then we'll use state, then const, loading, set loading, useState, set to true, then error, const, error, set error, useState, and in this case we'll set it to null. Then we have const for the visible product, so visible products, then I will set it to useState. So for the first instance, when we are loading for the first time, only 8 products will appear. So we are setting that value here. Then we can have useEffect. So because we'll be fetching from an API, useEffect is very effective here. So first, let me just create the function for fetch. So const fetch products, then this is a sync function, synchronous. This is different from our normal arrow function because this one fetches data. So try set loading. First we'll set loading to true. Then we'll have response set to await fetch. Then we'll have our API link over here. So HTTPS. This is a website that provides free API for products, fake products that can be using when creating a fake store or an e-commerce platform for demonstration. So in this case, we'll have our product fetch from this API products. Then we'll have if not response dot okay. We want to throw an error. Throw new error. Failed to fetch products. Then we'll have const const data set await response.json. So after this, we want to have a catch. We'll take that argument, then set error to the error message. Then we'll have finally we'll set the load, set load to false, set loading false. So with that, we can now create useEffect. So I had talked about useEffect in my previous videos. You can check it out so that you can see the use cases of useEffect. So fetching data from an API is one of them. Then we'll have an empty array. Can now proceed to the main part of our application. So before that, we can create the load more function. So const load more. Then here we'll set visible products. Then we'll add 4 more products from the 8 original ones. So previous plus 4. So if error, we want to if error, want to return div element to display the same. So div with the style set to error style. Then here we'll have error set to that. So coming to our main part of product list. Let me just delete this one. Then we are going to have a div element. So div then our div will have a container set. So style container styles. Then loading. Here we'll have dynamic rendering. So loading Then have ternary operator. We want to show the skeleton cards that we had created if when the products are being loaded for the first time. So anytime it will anytime it will be loading for the first time, we'll see the skeleton. This one essentially improve the visual appeal of our loading state. Okay, so array array dot from length have index. Then should set this one of the skeleton card. Let me import skeleton card. So import components. Then we can now utilize it. Self closing. Then we'll have a key set to index. Otherwise, we want to return products dot style products dot slides visible product dot map. Then we have product as the argument. Returning suspense suspense having key set to product dot id fallback set to our skeleton card. Product card set to product self-closing. So having done that, we are going to have another dynamic rendering. So loading, visible products less than products dot length should return button. This will be our load more button. Load more products, more products. Then style, we'll set it to load more button style. On click, we want to set it to the function we created, load more. So product is not defined. Let us correct that. So we'll have products and set products. Then down here we have the data, set product to receive the data. So let me import useState. useState. Let me just over here. Yeah, so we need to delete the following under the comma. So you can see our app is now functioning. So let me just expand. So this is what we wanted to create. Congratulations on finishing this. And we can add to cart. Our add to cart is functioning well. As you can see, we can remove the item, go back to the main page. Yeah, so that is basically it. Thank you for watching and staying up to this part. We'll now proceed to deployment so that we can put it on the web. So in this part of Capstone project, we are going to create this wonderful e-commerce platform and deploy it over the web. We'll also have this lazy loading and suspense. That's how we'll see how this load more button works, such that initially only 8 products are being displayed, but when you click the load more button, you'll have 4 more products added. Yeah, so it will be adding them until there will be no more products to show. Then we'll also have this model whereby you can see the product in details, the description, and you can also add to cart the product. Then you can view our cart to see what products you have added. Then you can increase the quantities. From that, we'll learn how we can use context, use React context to manage statewide states. To manage, we'll learn how to use React context API to manage website. We'll learn how to use React context API to manage upwide state. So that's how we'll be managing our state across the application. And then from this, we are also going to learn about this exoskeleton. We are also going to learn about these skeletons that improve the visual appearance of our products as they are being loaded for the first time. Then we are also going to learn about deployment of our app to the. We are also going to learn about deployment of our app so that it can be live for access from any location. Yeah. To deploy your application, you need to push it over to GitHub. So I have pushed the React series. So from that, I can now move to Vercel. So Vercel enables us to deploy React application, especially after being pushed to GitHub. So from Vercel, I will copy this repository and make it live. Yeah, so that is the workflow basically. We will go to Vercel website. You can just search Vercel over Google, then sign up. So I'll just choose hobby. Then say Derek. Then continue. Then and say, let me just continue with Google. So having logged in, you are going to be directed to this page. So continue with the GitHub. So I had already logged into my GitHub, so it will just connect automatically. So I'm going to import it. Then after importing, I'm going to leave the preset as above, then deploy. So let's wait as it build the logs. This will take some time. So with that, our project is live. Let me just continue to dashboard. So this will be our website link, whereby we can navigate back to our website and see if it's live. So let me just open it. Yeah, so our website is live. So that is how we simply deploy React application in quick steps using Vercel.